Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We'll be starting our second day of ICN Cartel workshop very shortly. So if you're standing outside the venue, please make your way inside and please take a seat. Also, to ensure a smooth flow of the event, once again, please turn off all your communication devices into silent mode. As soon as we are ready, we'll start the event. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We'll be starting our second day of 2025 ICN Cartel workshop in 10 minutes. So the event will start at 9:10. If you're coming inside the venue, please take your seat and please turn off all your communication devices into silent mode. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We'll be starting our event shortly at 9:10 a.m. So if you're coming inside the venue, please take your seats and please turn off all your communication devices off or into silent mode. When it's 9:10, we'll start our event short. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of 2025 ICN Cartel Workshop. My name is Jiho Moon, and once again, I will be your host for today. First of all, I would like to thank everyone who have joined us yesterday's session and networking events. Yesterday was a truly meaningful day as competition authorities, experts from around the world came together for an in-depth discussion on various issues surrounding the investigation and enforcement. Building on discussion we had yesterday, today we'll have a series of more practical sessions focused on the detection and investigation of cartels in the digital environment, as well as the strengthening international cooperation. I hope the experiences and case studies shared by each country today will be a great source of insight and inspiration for all of you. Now we'll begin plenary session 2 of the 2025 ICN Cartel Workshop, Day 2. This session theme is leniency, latest developments, and making it still work. In this session, we will hear about different agencies' experiences with leniency program operations and explore how to maintain and strengthen their effectiveness in today's rapidly changing environment. Before we begin the session, I'd like to introduce our moderator. Mr. Grant Chamberlain is the head of the cartel investigation at the New Zealand Commerce Commission. He leads cartel investigation and oversees New Zealand's leniency program. Recently, he concluded the country's criminal cartel prosecution case successfully. Mr. Chamberlain also serves as the co-chair of the ICN Cartel Working Group and delivered the opening remarks yesterday. Please welcome Mr. Chamberlain with a big round of applause. Next, I'd like to introduce the panelists joining us today. First, Ms. Maria Jaspers, Director of the Cartels Directorate at DG Competition, European Commission. She leads the Cartel Directorate and oversees the 4 units in charge of cartel policy and enforcement. Please welcome with a big round of applause. Next, Mr. Umberto Bercani, General Rapporteur at the French Competition Authority. He heads the FCA's Investigations Directorate and leads operation on cartel cases as well as corporate M&A review. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Next, Mr. Alexandre Bayet de Souza, General Superintendent of Administrative Council of Economic Defense, or CADE, in Brazil. He serves as CADE's chief official and previously chaired the agency. He significantly contributes to the improvement of competition policy across Latin American countries. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Last but not least, Mr. Anil Kumar Agrawal, member of the Competition Commission of India. He's responsible for enforcing laws against anti-competitive practices and overseeing digital market regulation. Mr. Agrawal also has served as co-chair of the ICN Cartel Working Group. Please welcome with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Now that all the 5 panelists are seated, I will now hand this session over to Mr. Grant Chamberlain to lead the discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you had a great night last night, either coping with jet lag or spending money in Seoul at various restaurants and ending up with AI-generated photographs, I think. So this session's focused on leniency. I think probably the starting point, and we're going to talk a lot about the different challenges, but we've moved from a world where leniency was the main detection tool for many agencies to being one of a number of tools that we use. But I think, and this will come through, as we deal with challenges, it's really important for us not to forget about the importance of leniency. Leniency still is possibly the best tool to detect cartels. Yes, we can do screening tools, we can have anonymous reporting tools, but it's really fundamentally important for us to be able to still appreciate that leniency has a key role to play for us in detecting cartels. And that may actually even be more now with greater digitalization, algorithmic collusion. Actually having someone come in and admit the conduct may be one of the first ways in which we truly are able to address algorithmic collusion. So, today we're going to focus on, each panelist is going to spend about 10 minutes just saying how they've reviewed, renewed, and made sure that they can have a working program. And then we're going to talk about some of the challenges. But to make this slightly more interactive, if you want to ask questions of any of the presenters, don't feel like you need to wait. Put up your hand and we'll get a microphone out to you. And if it's not quick, I'll come down with my microphone or we'll make it work. But as we're going through, I think we want it to be really interactive. So do ask as many questions as you want, and there isn't a stupid question. So one of the things I just wanted to talk about for us in New Zealand, just very quickly, we still have a very successful leniency program. We're a country of 5 million people, but we get about 15 to 20 leniency applications a year, which is quite unusual. That number has been consistent for about the last 5 to 8 years. A lot of people say, why is it that you haven't seen a decline? Yes, lots of countries are seeing numbers go back up again, but we never saw a decline. I think there's probably a couple of quick reasons for that, and I'm happy to discuss it with people afterwards. One, we actually move people between reporting tools. So if someone comes in as an informant and we need to shift them over to leniency, we'll use leniency and protect them. If someone comes in anonymous reporting and actually it's really obvious who they are, we will try and get them into leniency. We move people between programs, and I think that's really important to make sure for your programs, don't just look at them in isolation. They are a suite of tools where you can move people. Now, some people say, is there anything else that really helps? I think probably for us, every year we do a soft review of our leniency policy. All the staff that are working on leniency collect all the issues that have come up, and we constantly are reviewing and changing the program. The basics stay the same, but it's really critical that we make it as easy as possible to be able to come in for leniency. Yes, they're getting a get out of jail free card in New Zealand, literally. But really importantly, I think that constant review, and that's one of the things as we get more and more detection tools, we often forget about the one that actually provides probably still the most leads, I think. But anyway, that's just a quick summary from the New Zealand side. I'm going to hand over to Maria first to run through from the DG Comp perspective.
Thank you, Grant, and good morning, everyone. Let me just start by saying how happy I am to be here in this amazing city, surrounded by like-minded enforcers and NGAs that are here to support and to inspire one another in these challenging times. And I'm also very happy to be on this particular panel precisely for what Grant has already mentioned. Leniency has been and will continue to be a tremendously important tool in our fight against cartels. We have to ensure that it remains attractive to applicants, but we also have to ensure that it serves the interest of enforcers and that it also works for us in terms of detecting cartels, but also in terms of gathering the type of evidence that we need to actually prove and sanction cartels today. The European Commission introduced our first leniency program almost 3 decades ago. Under the current program that we have received almost 600 applications. That means that we have a fair amount of experience in dealing with leniency applications. But we have also learned the hard way that it takes more to be successful than a program that looks good on paper. Because the bottom line is that companies will never cooperate unless they think that they are better off in doing so. And that means not only that you need to have a transparent, predictable, and attractive program, but you also need to visibly show that you can generate cases outside the leniency regime. Like some agencies around the world, and contrary to what we just heard from New Zealand, European Commission was one of the agencies that saw a dramatic decline in leniency applications over a quite significant time period. And that made us very worried, precisely because the importance of our leniency program to have a robust, continuous output of cartel cases. Luckily, during the last 3 years, we have managed to turn this trend around. And I wanted to start by just giving a few thoughts in terms of how we managed to do that. That might be important irrespective of the current state of your respective programs. The first was a set of actions that I would put into the box of the day-to-day implementation and practice of our program. We had precisely what Grant mentioned as well, very honest discussion with stakeholders how they perceived our program. And we detected certain areas where there was a need for us to clarify our policy and procedures. We did that by publishing a frequently asked question document, which is a living document on our website. But even more importantly, we appointed 2 dedicated leniency officers. They are the first point of contact on all leniency matters that we deal with. This ensures that we have consistency across cases in how we deal with leniency applicants, but it also avoided the impression that you end up in a black box somewhere. Now you know who is going to pick up the phone, you know who is going to contact you when you send a message through other channels. And these dedicated leniency officers also have the mandate to have discussions on a no-name basis with likely applicants who may wonder whether the conduct that they have discovered would actually constitute a cartel and fall under the leniency program. And they can have a no-name basis discussions with their leniency officers to find out if that is the case. And that is particularly relevant today when we deal with a lot of cases which are not traditional classical types of cartel cases. So this is something, since we introduced it 2.5 years ago, that has been used very frequently and been very, very well received. We also have an online tool through which you can make your applications and all corporate statements. It's a secure platform which is called e-leniency. It's available 24/7, and basically 95% of all our dealings with leniency applicants now goes through this tool. And that saves both time and resources for us and for the applicant. But equally important in investing in your existing program to make sure that it's fit for the modern types of cartels is, of course, also precisely what I mentioned up front. You have to show that you're able to not only detect cartels outside the leniency regime, but also bring them to an end. So we have invested heavily in different forms of ex officio and intelligence-driven activities. And today, 50% of our cases in our pipeline comes from ex officio channels, whistleblowers working with informants and doing our own screening and monitoring exercises. And we want to keep that mix, even now that leniency luckily is picking up again, because we have learned that we can never be over-dependent on our leniency program. And I think it's reassuring to see that we start getting leniency application also in ex officio cases. It's a win-win situation. The party can reduce their exposure by getting up to 50% leniency reduction, and we can get access to evidence that allows us to resolve the case at least quicker than we would do without leniency. But there is one main point, and this is probably the most important thing that I will say in this panel, that I think I have personally learned from this experience. The discussion often focuses about how we can make sure that leniency stays a suitable and interesting option for applicants, and that is super important. But the ultimate goal and challenge is, of course, to ensure that leniency delivers what we as enforcers need today, so that the system also works for us. And for me, there are two issues that I think one should pay attention to in that respect. The first is the type of cooperation that we expect from applicants, and now I'm not just talking about being genuine and sincere, etc. But I think many of the cartels that we are confronted with today are organized differently than what we knew from the past, which means they do not leave behind the same amount of self-explanatory written communication that we knew from before. And that poses challenges for enforcers. In our system, the applicants has to provide corporate statements that sets out what the cartel was about. What was the scope, how did they do it, who participated, etc. And contrary to some other jurisdictions, these corporate statements are not only there to navigate the investigation for the enforcers, but our court has confirmed that we can use these statements as direct evidence. And that is extremely important when dealing indeed with cartels with more automated processes, etc., that do not leave the same traces behind. So I think that is an important point in terms of the conditions and design of leniency programs to capture new forms of cartels. And the second one, with the risk of sounding a little bit provocative now, is that we should not necessarily give in to the temptation of giving leniency applicants more than what we think is necessary to make the system attractive. We have a system where it certainly pays off to be the first one in, and it certainly pays off to come in before we have information about a cartel. So the second one in can only get maximum 50% reduction. During the dark period where we saw a consistent decline in leniency applications, there were strong voices calling for us to provide an even bigger carrot for our immunity applicants, so for the first one to report a cartel, by also carving them out from damage actions. And that is something that we have reflected on hard and has consciously abstained from doing. And that is partly due to fairness reason, but perhaps even more importantly, we have abstained from doing that because we're concerned about the negative effect on public enforcement. As I just mentioned, many of the cartels today are organized in such a way that you do not have the self-explanatory written documentation, and we therefore very often need to have a second applicant coming in corroborating the story that the first applicant brought forward. So the last thing that we want in this period is that number two is hesitant to come forward, because not only do they need to pay a fine contrary to the immunity applicant, but now they also need to pick up part of the bill of the damages that the immunity applicant has caused its customers. So we think that that might have a chilling effect on subsequent applicants, and that is why this is not an option that we are exploring. And luckily, our trend in terms of numbers shows that leniency applicants are coming in without us giving that extra carrot. So to sum up, luckily, after a dark period, leniency is back on track again. I think we have emerged from this experience a lot wiser. And we have emerged with a toolkit that I think would allow us to capture the type of cartels we want to look into today and be able to bring them to an end to become relevant enforcers.
Thank you, Maria. I completely support the point about, we call it the hypothetical process, where we'll extensively engage with a party before they've even made an application. I often think about it almost like mergers when they have pre-notification discussions. We do that extensively on certain matters just to even see whether they should come in for a marker for leniency. I think it's really interesting about the corporate statement. For us, we have to go to court. So we focus, yes, on the corporate statement, but we insist on speaking to the individuals, because one of the things that we had a problem with, the culprit would come in and the statement would say they were on the grassy knoll, so to speak, and had the rifle in hand. They did everything, they broke the law. But then the individuals, because they were under derived immunity, were sort of, well, yes, it's a bit like that, but there's all these excuses. So we push back, and so we always insist now in the marker phase of leniency that we talk to the key witnesses. Now that's probably due to difference of systems, but I think if you are in the court environment, getting to the individuals under the marker system before they get leniency is critical. But anyway, that I think the hypothetical point, what we call hypothetical, has helped so much. So now we'll next turn to Alessandra. Over to Kajay.
Thank you, Grant. Good morning. Ayana Seyo. Hi, everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the KFTC and the Korean Ministry of Justice for organizing this amazing event. It's always a great experience when we can find the colleagues from other antitrust agencies to exchange information, exchange experiences. And this is the very sense of the ICN, the exchanging of experiences. I'm very happy to be here. Seoul is an amazing city. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Well, Grant, first of all, we must comprehend the leniency program in the context of the antitrust policy itself. We have been discussing during these days about tools as data analysis, down raids, intelligence tools in general. The human factor, as Lucilia from CMA said yesterday, is also very important. And the leniency program is in the context of the other tools. And the program must work together with the other tools. And as Grant said, the leniency program represents a very crucial role in the antitrust policy. We also can say about the success history of the leniency programs in Brazil. So during these 10 minutes, I'll try to summarize our leniency program, presenting you what our program is, how it works, our history, some numbers, and some new developments in the policy, and try to conclude in only 10 minutes. Well, the leniency program in Brazil is a set of initiatives dedicated to detecting violations against economic order, informing and guiding companies and citizens about their rights and obligations, and encouraging and assisting those who come forward to cooperate with investigations. According to the Brazilian program, companies or individuals involved in cartels or other anti-competitive practices may obtain full immunity or reduction of penalties, provided that they report to the conduct to CADE, confess their participation, and cooperate effectively with the investigation. Timing is crucial. According to the Brazilian program, only the first applicant to report is eligible for a leniency agreement. We have other kinds of agreements, the cease and desist agreements, but according to the Brazilian law, they cannot be considered a leniency agreement. It can be signed by the second, third, or the fourth, but for the leniency, with total immunity, only for the first mover. To qualify to the leniency program, the applicant must, as I said, cease its involvement in the practice, confess and disclose relevant information and evidence, and identify other participants in the cartel. Three spheres of benefits are granted to the lenients in Brazil. In the spheres administrative, criminal, and civil. In the administrative sphere, the lenient has full immunity if CADE had no prior knowledge of the conduct. In the criminal sphere, because a cartel is a crime in Brazil, in the criminal sphere, there is the suspension of the statute of limitations and protection from indictment. And after the agreement is fulfilled at the antitrust authority, there is the extinction of the criminal liability. And in the civil sphere, the leniency applicant is not required to compensate the harmed parties in double. And the leniency applicant is also not jointly liable for damages caused by other participants in the infringement. So we try to create incentives, to better and better incentives to have more and more leniency applications. Let me tell a little bit about the history in Brazil. And as I said to you, we have a relatively successful history of leniency program in Brazil. It exists since the year 2000, when it was introduced in the Brazilian law. The first leniency applicant came forward in 2003, and since then, we had more than 110 leniency agreements in Brazil. In only the last 10 days, we had 73 leniency agreements, so an average number of 7 at each year. And also in Brazil, we can note that the number is decreasing. In the last year, the average number is like 4 per year. So yes, we can see a decrease of the number of leniency agreements also in Brazil. In 2012, the new law of the new antitrust Brazilian law transformed the program by transferring negotiation for the former Secretariat for Economic Defense for the new General Superintendents at CADE. It also allows the cartel leaders to apply for leniency, and the law explicit the program's criminal effects, such as the suspension of limitation periods and the extinction of liability after full compliance. Since then, CADE has continuously improved the program, making it more transparent, efficient, and secure. So I can say over 25 years of the history of leniency program in Brazil, the CADE, I can say that the leniency program has become a key tool for detecting and deterring competitive conduct in Brazil. So how the leniency program in Brazil works? There are 3 phases, very clear phases. So, but before that, I must say that there are 2 pillars in a good and a very well-structured leniency program. The first pillar is predictability, legal certainty. It's very important to have a well-designed leniency program. And the second one is a very strong enforcement. They're the bases, the pillars of a leniency program. So back into the presentation, 3 phases. The first is the marker request. The second is the submission of evidence. And the third phase is the formalization of the agreement itself. During the first phase, we can see essentially a race amongst the infringers to be the first to contact CADE and express interest in applying. The applicant must provide basic information about who, what, when, and where. So identify the participants, identify the affected markets in the cartel, identify the duration and the geographic scope of the cartel. If CADE confirms no prior investigation exists, a marker term is issued, securing the applicant's priority position. However, it's very important to emphasize, obtaining a marker does not guarantee final approval of the leniency agreement. Then we go to the second phase, that is the submission of evidence. The applicant must provide detailed descriptions and documentary evidence of the infringement, such as email, spreadsheets, and meeting notes. So to give proofs, concrete proofs of the infringement, it's crucial, very, very important to the success of the leniency agreement. Considering the proofs obtained, the General Superintendent prepares a conduct history report summarizing the illegal practice, and if the cooperation is insufficient or the evidence is inadequate, the proposal may be rejected. But if we go on, then we go to the third phase, that is the formalization of the agreement itself. And one characteristic of the Brazilian program, a crucial characteristic for the success of the Brazilian program, that is in this phase, we call the Federal Prosecutor Office to sign with us the leniency agreement. So that's a way to ensure criminal legal protection to the applicants. And it's a very interesting characteristic of our program, because that's not a step prevailed in law. That's one practice that we developed during the program. We noted that the participation of the prosecutor office is crucial to ensure the immunity, the criminal immunity to the applicants. So that's the characteristic of the phases of the leniency program in Brazil. Very recently, we have launched a new guidelines on our leniency program. The new guidelines consolidates our best practices and enhances three essential pillars to the program: speed, predictability, and legal security. I can talk, Grant, about the new guidelines during the presentation, because we don't have many time. I would like just to emphasize about the speed. We have been working very hard to reduce the time of analysis of the cases. During the last years, we could evolve from 18 months between the signing of the agreement and initiate the administrative case, from 18 months to just 3 months. The last cases that we had, just to mention two, the scopolamine market case, an international case, was opened just 2 months after the agreement. And the last one, a domestic case in bid rigging, was initiated only 39 days, the fastest in our history. And it was judged and convicted just 1.5 years after the signing of the agreement. It was a great success in our perspective. So to conclude, I can say that the CADE leniency program stands today as a cornerstone of Brazil's competition enforcement system. It effectively combines incentives for cooperation, legal certainty, and institutional coordination to detect and deter cartels. The new leniency guide represents another step forward, enhancing efficiency, predictability, and protection for cooperating parties. And I can say that together, these elements reinforce the credibility of CADE's enforcement and the integrity of the Brazilian market. Thank you, Grant.
Thank you, Alejandro. I think one thing to note, the speed with which you work now through markers, I think is also a key to part of success of any of the programs. But I do think it's quite interesting from listening to Maria and from you, Alejandro. One of the themes that I think, if you're thinking about leniency programs, is also being transparent, also has a dimension of being very clear what isn't cartel conduct, and ensuring that your program is not just predictable, but has the ability to reject as well. And I think from listening to both of you, it sounds like both programs have that built in, that it's not everything that can get in. It really has to be the stuff that you're going to be able to pursue. So thank you. All right, moving from Brazil over to India. Anil?
Thank you. A very good morning to all the delegates to this workshop from all over the world, and very warm greetings to all the fellow panelists on this panel. It's a privilege to be here at the ICN Cartel workshop. Before I begin, I must compliment the Ministry of Justice of Korea and the Korean Fair Trade Commission for designing this workshop and executing this very, very well. We are actually appreciating the details that you've gone into for smaller things, and the attention to detail is really something that we all really appreciate. The discussions and the way it has been designed, I'm sure in these 3 days of workshop, every one of us is going to take at least one thing back to do something, as Grant said yesterday in his opening remarks. And I already got one when I was listening to the DG of Korean Fair Trade Commission yesterday, when he spoke about the tool which gets data from 16 public platforms, from 1,042 public procurers. Now, that is the kind of data that they get, and they're able to detect cartels based on those tools. That's really impressive. In India, we have a government e-marketplace, and the federal government has mandated that every public procurement has to be done through that portal, whether it is of federal government or all of the state governments. So even the state governments, we have 37 of them, state governments and the UTs, and the federal government. All public procurements have to be done through one common portal, which we call as Government e-Marketplace. So there's a great learning for us. If we can, deploy these kind of tools, we could actually probably clean up public procurement. So now I turn to the leniency program of India. We call it formally as the lesser penalty program. It is the lesser penalty program. And this has actually emerged as one of the most effective tools in CCI's enforcement arsenal. This to encourage enterprises and individuals, we also have individuals, to come forward and disclose cartel activities. India's leniency framework provides for a reduction in monetary penalties to those who make full, vital, and true disclosures, and also extend continuous and genuine cooperation during investigation and enforcement. Now, please note that in India, cartel conduct is not a criminal offense. It is actually a civil offense. So it's even more challenging for us to get the leniency applications. However, the approach that we followed, we are seeing a lot of leniency applications coming in. Let me walk you through the different stages of the leniency program in India. We've had, if I could actually, phase out, we had 3 different phases of the leniency program in India. So the Competition Act, some sections were enforced, notified in 2009, and we had the leniency regulations. First time came in 2009. However, the first leniency application came only in 2013, 4 years after that. And even till 16, we did not have many leniency applications. So then, it was much deliberated, and we actually changed some of the regulations. And I will tell you what are the second phase of LP program was started in 2017. And we made certain changes to the way the leniency program works. So the key changes that we did were, number one, we extended the scope of leniency from enterprises to individuals. It was not there before. Second, we said that more than 3 applicants could also get benefit of the LP program. So not just first, second, third, but also the fourth, he could also get benefit of the leniency program. And then we also said that officials of an enterprise who are a leniency applicant will also be explicitly included in the leniency program. So there is an explicit inclusion of officials so that they are more encouraged to come up. And how this entire thing works is the first applicant may receive up to 100%, depending upon true, vital, and complete disclosures. The second applicant gets up to 50%, and the third and subsequent, which includes the fourth and others, may actually get up to 30% of reduction in their penalties. Now, this structure, which we implemented in 2017, had a tremendous effect. And today, almost 60% of all our cartels where we find contravening conduct are based on leniency applications. So that's something which is very, very significant. And now, moving forward, moving from 2017, what we've done is we've added another feature to our leniency program, and that has been done in 2024. So we have the new regulations in 2024 after an amendment to the Competition Act in 2023. Now, the idea of these regulations is, again, to make it predictable, transparent, and a more structured program. Now, I think this could be a unique feature to India. What we've done is we've introduced what we call as a leniency plus program. So leniency plus means if there is an applicant who has already an applicant for a particular cartel, if he discloses being member of another cartel, he can get an additional benefit of up to 30% of penalty in the existing case, right? Apart from whatever benefits are available to him being the first applicant in the other case. So this is a leniency plus program that we have introduced, and if we believe that this is actually likely to get some more this thing. The second provision that we have done in 2024 is a provision for withdrawal of LP applications. So they can also withdraw LP applications, but we've said that the information that you have submitted can be used by us to take the investigations and proceedings further, except for their formal admissions. If you made an admission and if you withdraw an application, that we will not use the admission against you, but we can actually use the other information that you have. So we actually believe that the 24 regulations and the new amendments are likely to be more effective in leniency programs. But I must say that, as this has been discussed, leniency program will work on the effectiveness of the agency on non-leniency enforcement, right? A company would do a cost-benefit analysis before coming for a leniency application. At times, they may try to game the system with the leniency program. They may say that, okay, let me now get a leniency application, defer the whole thing for some time, and meanwhile break the cartel that I am getting into and try to take advantage of that particular situation by improving my own position in the market. We believe that these well-structured and credible leniency program that we now have could be one of the most powerful tools in India's case, because we have a civil liability for leniency programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anil. Anil touched on something that I think is very important, which is about the availability for individuals. So we do get quite a lot of disgruntled ex-employees who've been part of conduct come forward under both our anonymous reporting but also our leniency. But there is a challenge there because individuals often won't have access to information anymore. And there's certain rights if they take emails that are work products, it can be really problematic if they bring them out. So I think individuals is a really interesting area, particularly for criminal immunity. But I do think there are some challenges outside of the companies. When the company comes in, they have everything. An individual, particularly an ex-employee, there can be problems with those. And we've seen that. So now we'll shift back to Europe, to France, and Umberto's going to round out this phase.
Thank you, Grant. First of all, I would also like to say that I am happy to be there and to share experiences with all of my colleagues and to pick up good ideas to improve our system. And I would like to thank you, the Ministry of Justice and the KFTC, for organizing that great event. I will start with some background information to explain what I will consider to be our latest developments in France. Our leniency program started in 2001, and in 2014, we launched the first survey in which we asked companies and lawyers about incentives for leniency applications before us. Why did we do this? The first and initial reason was that we wanted to raise the awareness of our program. It was a communication exercise, in other words, but not only, obviously. We were preparing a new notice on our leniency program, and we wanted to have feedback on our procedure to know what we should improve. And we were also looking for a hint to explain the strange statistics, because at that time, French companies were very poorly represented among leniency applicants, and we didn't know why. The results of the survey were interesting, even if we didn't find any reply to the point related to French companies. And we issued a second survey in 2018 because we wanted to have comparison and to see how things evolved in 4 years, and also because our leniency application were starting to decline at this time. And pretty soon, end of this year or beginning of 2026, we will publish the results of our third survey based on questions that we sent at the end of 2023. The focus of this survey was on the evolution of incentive factors over the 10 years. And we wanted also to know whether we could have some information on the impact of damages claims on leniency program. What is interesting about the replies to this third survey is that they incorporate changes that took place from 2021 onwards, which are the dates from which leniency application began to rise again in France. Said differently, and to stick with the title of the plenary session, they explain which recent developments are making our program work today. So, to make it simple, what did the replies tell us? You won't be surprised, but it told us that we have two pillars to give incentives for leniency. The first one is about the way the authority and the applicant can cooperate. And the second one is about the risk of being caught before applying. I will develop those two aspects. So I will start with the way we organize the cooperation. On that matter, we tried to listen to the suggestions made by undertakings and lawyers during our different surveys. This led us to focus on 3 or 4 main points. The first point is a simplification of our procedure that we made by law in 2021. We suppressed what we called the leniency opinion. You have to know that in France there is a separation between the investigation services and the board. And before the reform, the board had to approve leniency application right from the start of the procedure. I could elaborate, but to simplify, I would say that the formal procedure took time, first of all. And besides, it created a formal and procedural relationship between investigation services and the applicant instead of a spirit of cooperation. For example, we had to issue a formal report and to discuss it very early in front of the board and so forth and so on. So basically, we spent the first weeks discuss on details, discuss on formal issue, and not to start discussing what could be useful for the applicant, but also for us. Now, the leniency procedure is basically in my hands, and we replace the leniency opinion by letters that I will sign. And the board obviously will decide, but only at the end of the proceeding with the adoption of the final decision. I have to say that these procedural steps, this procedural changement, change everything, especially because it allowed us to improve the role of the leniency officer. Now, as Maya said, we have leniency officer, one leniency officer who is clearly identified and that is used to improve the dialogue from the very beginning of the proceeding, but also to create some kind of after-sale service for the applicant. The idea behind is that taking the applicant by the end will facilitate the cooperation for the applicant, but also for us to obtain what we need to have the end of the proceedings. So basically, the leniency officer has a role from the very beginning. He will follow the leniency applicant. He will make the link with the case team. So when a problem occurs, we find a way to solve it quickly and efficiently. At the same time, we modernized the possible ways of submission because our law was quite old. It has 20 years. So in addition to oral and postal submissions, we added electronic submission via the website, or we have a platform to exchange documents, or submission at the front desk of the authority. And the last point we improved was that we organized solutions to limit access to leniency statements. That was a clear lack in our system. And by doing this, we tried to find a way in our hands directly to address a concern that was clearly and many times expressed in the results of the survey to protect the applicant so that he will not be in a situation worse than his competitors, both in relation to damage claims, but also to discovery. Concretely, we followed the example of many authorities in Europe, and now we organize some kind of data rooms. And that's the role of the leniency officer to identify and to the elements to be protected as the leniency statements and to organize those kind of data rooms. The first results of those evolutions are very good. The proceeding seems to be quicker, the cooperation better, and the results of our last survey confirm that lawyers saw that change and appreciate them. I couldn't say whether it's completely connected to that change, but another result is that we observed changes in the content of and in the substance of some application. First, it was the emergence of new sectors. Some years ago, leniency applications were only about consumer goods or bid rigging, because I take the opportunity to follow up a remark made yesterday, but I checked yesterday evening, and I will say that roughly we have 20% of our applications that concern bid rigging. But now we have also new sectors, equipment, digital cases, engineering, so forth and so on. Another change is that some applications now concern more complex practices. practices in the gray zone that we didn't have before. And it can be difficult sometimes to know whether those practices fall really under the scope of the leniency program, which is in principle in France limited to cartels and to hardcore cartels. So I don't know yet what to think about that evolution, but on the other hand, it gave us an occasion to issue our first no-poach case last month. So it can also be a good thing. I will stop there on the procedure and cooperation, and I will now say a few words on the fear of being caught. I will be quicker on that point. The three main influential factors for leniency were exactly the same in the results of the 3 surveys we made. The first one is the reduction of the fine. Okay, that makes sense, and I don't think I need to comment that point. But the second and third are risk of detection of the infringement and downgrades. You, on that respect, you all know that leniency is not only about detection and about providing evidence to an authority. It has also to do with the destabilization of the cartel, and more generally, it is connected to the risk that the authority could find out the cartel even without leniency. In France, we made everything we could to assure a good level of deterrence. We realize each year a number of downgrades. We explore every way of improving detection, and I took some ideas yesterday on how we could continue to improve that. And we collaborate with other authorities, with criminal judges, and so forth and so on. But in addition to that, according to many replies of the last survey, and even if it was not an explicit part of our questionnaire, an external factor emerged in France. In 2016, but mainly in 2022, 2 laws reinforced the whistleblowing tools in France. The competition authority plays a role on that issue and has its own whistleblowing tools, but it's not limited to competition authority. And it's clear in the result we get that the risk of a whistleblower revealing the undertaking's involvement in an infringement put pressure on the undertakings. They may fear that an employee might prevent them from obtaining immunity. So this can trigger a new kind of race between the company and an employee because they have to apply for leniency before an employee approaches the competition authority. And it might be a coincidence, but the fact is that those tools could also partially explain the increase of number of leniency after 2022 in France. To conclude, I will say that, to me, latest developments in France and the increase of leniency application illustrate something that could be intuitive. Every authority has 2 pillars to make a leniency program work, even if the modalities will depend on each specific legal framework. First is internal, and it has to do with the way you organize cooperation with the applicant. Second can be either internal or external, and has to do with what can be done to improve risks and deterrence for undertaking participating to cartels. The results of the last survey highlight also one challenge that is partially or maybe mainly outside the hands of the authority, the fear of damage action. We could come back on that later. And to end my presentation, I will reply to a question you may have. And what about the French companies? Well, actually, they changed their mind around 2021 because after that date, their proportion in the number of applications increased clearly. Therefore, I assume that the small number of applications before that date was somehow related to our program and the way we organize cooperation, and not to a French cultural specificity against leniency. That's good news for me, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Umberto. So that concludes the whistle-stop tour around the different leniency programs. I think one of the things that is quite clear, whether class damages are going to be an issue to come up. In Brazil, it sounds like you immunize against class actions and you've thought about that. So that's different ways you could explore one of those challenges. But what do you think, and I'll probably start with Maria first, what do you think is the biggest challenge to come? Obviously, we're not taking bets on whether this will eventually happen, but what do you think are the biggest challenges over the sort of next few years?
It's coming back a little bit to what I mentioned in the beginning. I think the program has to be fit to be able to capture the type of cartels that we see today, which is a range between traditional types of cartel setups and more modern types of cartels, where you can sustain a cartel without having direct repeated exchanges amongst the cartelists. And that's why that needs to be mirrored in the scope of your program, and it needs to be mirrored in the conditions and how you cooperate with the leniency applicants under your program. To starting first with the scope, as I said, there are so many different setups for a cartel these days, and it's extremely important that we can also capture through our program more indirect forms of information exchanges involving, for instance, a physical middleman, such as trade analysts, trade associations, etc., or also more automatized tools when you use different platforms or you use algorithm to take certain decisions or recommendations. All of that, I think, to be credible as competition enforcers, we need to make sure that they are captured by our program so that we can benefit from leniency in our role as enforcers. But again, as I said, it also needs to be transcribed a little bit in terms of what evidence we can gather through the program. And I'm coming back to what we discussed already, irrespective whether you rely on witnesses or whether you rely on corporate statement from the companies. They have to give us the information that allows us to tie the knot between different pieces of evidence that may not be self-explanatory in its own rights. And I think that is important. And maybe just picking up one thing from my fellow panelists here as well, because as you know, the European Commission is a multi-jurisdictional enforcer, which means that we have jurisdictions to enforce the law in 27 different countries. And coming back to what Umberto said, it's quite interesting to see also during the 20 years that I've been doing this, how the perception has changed in different countries. In the beginning, you never got an application from Italy. You never got an application from France. It was somehow embedded into the culture in some of these member states that you would simply not report. Whereas the Dutch had absolutely no problem to come forward and blow the whistles. And I think here you can see that the evolution of different types of applicants has changed a lot, including also moving a little bit away from the big fish problem, that it was always the market leader. It was always the one that has gained most from the cartel that in the end came in and reported it. So I think also here, as the second biggest challenge, is to continue the outreach activities and advocacies to really inform the business representatives about the benefits of the program and what they would forego if they're not the first one to come in before we become aware of certain suspicions.
I think, excuse me, I think the outreach point is a really good one. So for us, that's a stepping stone. We want to do the outreach, but we also start to build informants within sectors. So I do think I think to your point, Maria, as well, I think it's really important that when we are dealing with whether it's algorithmic collusion, heavily vertically integrated companies across different levels, the expectation must still be the same, that what you give us is enough to tie the knot, that we can see this is hardcore cartel conduct. And I think that's vital. So passing over, let's go to Alexandra. Any comments you've got about the biggest challenge you see for Brazil?
Well, I believe I totally agree with Maria. Well, first, I must say that the basis of the leniency program, we cannot forget this, is to have a strong investigation, a strong enforcement. It is necessary to be a high risk of detection and a strong fear of punishment to create the incentives to lenience look for the antitrust authorities. Considering this, I must say that the main challenge is to, both for mature and newly established leniency programs, first is to build and then to maintain trust. Trust is essential. Trust among the authority, lawyers, and the market. If there is no trust, there is no a good leniency program. And the only possible way that to ensure trust is to ensure transparency and predictability. It's essential for the leniency, the success of the leniency program. For instance, the change that we have just made in our guidelines, it was a process that involved the market, involved the lawyers. There was a process to listen to them, to gather input for improving negotiation procedures. That's a way to ensure transparency and predictability. I believe it's essential, Grant, for the success of the program.
Thank you, Alejandra. In the interest, so we can get to questions, if there are any, hopefully. So there's a lot of experience on this panel, and the ICN Cartel's work group has been going for over 20 years. I remember a few years ago, someone stood up and said, when we all have burgeoning international cartels, should there be an international clearinghouse for applications? And everyone was aghast and went, no, 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 we need to control our own programs. But I'm just interested in the views of people on the panel about what they think. If you had to sit here and answer what should have been adopted, do you think agencies could have done over the last 20 years, and particularly as an international community, what we could have done differently? So I'll start with you, Anil.
I think that's a very, very valid point. So if a company has to make leniency applications in 5 different jurisdictions, and every jurisdiction has a different regulation, a different application procedure, and a different enforcement procedure, it really becomes very difficult for it to, look at the costs of applying for leniency across the jurisdiction that it work. Now, ICN, could we do something formally or informally to make application processes common? Maybe standardize aspects of application process. Would that be feasible? Depending upon, with due regard to every jurisdiction's laws, there is still possibility of standardizing or protocolizing, the information that we get from different protocols, from different companies across jurisdictions. And then maybe have a framework for exchange of information when this application is made out, so that, you are preemptively informed about this thing is coming, and then when it comes, you are already aware of, you could be prepared for it.
It's a good point. In terms of the predictability, there's ICN's produced standard marker, waiver, documents, etc. I'll share an experience though. We worked on a large international cartel just before COVID, so it's the last decade. I sort of work things out by COVID in my mind sometimes. And we worked with 3 jurisdictions so that we weren't having the same witnesses turn up to every single one. We had a common marker application. We had a common statement. I think, and particularly in regions where you work consistently with other agencies, probably slightly different with the European model, and appreciating that, but I think being able to try and find ways to reduce the burden when we are dealing with international cartels is probably really vital. And those sort of steps of, it might not be perfect for your jurisdiction, but can you accept the 85% and then work on the little bit extra that you need, so that they're not having to have the witness come to New Zealand, which they often like a little holiday afterwards as well, and then going to multiple other countries. Trying to cut down that would probably be helpful. But passing over to Umberto, any thoughts?
I have to admit that I'm quite lucky because, in France, we rarely have international cartels. So the type of cooperation we need is at European level, and we have the chance to have a strong network on which we can count. And just to talk about our new procedure, the first case we had to to issue with our new procedure was completely linked with other cases with Spanish and Portuguese, and the cooperation was quite efficient, and it allows us, well, that plus our new procedure to issue the case very quickly and very efficiently. So I have to say that on that matter, I'm quite quickly. I'm quite lucky, I wanted to say. And my point of view is that questions are more often regional than international, but I may have a specific view on that.
No, indeed. And again, coming back to the fact that we are a multi-jurisdictional enforcer means that, of course, we have the unique cooperation with our sister agencies within Europe, but we also, in the bulk of all the cases that we deal with at the DigiComps level, we work with other non-EU competition authorities. So we have a lot of experience in this one. I do think that the ICN has already done quite a lot to see how we can smooth these type of cooperation. But I also think that it's extremely important not to fall into what I used to call the Me Too attitude. I need to find another term for this one now. But the mere fact that an applicant comes forward as a precautionary measure and report a cartel in all the jurisdiction does not necessarily mean that every jurisdiction needs to bring this case forward. I think we need to be very mindful about the cost and the uncertainty that could have a chilling effect on the readiness to come forward anywhere, if indeed the cost and the burden for the applicants of dealing with multiple jurisdictions in parallel is too high. So sometimes in our jurisdictions, it happens regularly that we get a notification and we think that the nexus with the EU is quite remote, that this is not where the main harm is, and this has a little bit of an indirect effect in our jurisdictions. And then we abstain from taking actions. I don't think it makes us look weak. I don't think it makes us an authority that's not ready to engage. I think it looks as an authority that pays attention to the holistic knock-on effects in dealing with multiple filings. So I definitely want to echo what you already said. When we are in this situation, let's pay attention to these issues to make the process as smooth as possible so that we don't overburden our applicants. And let's talk to one another so that we see how to make this smooth.
Very good point. Very good point. Grant, the level of international cooperation in competition policy is very high. I don't know other public policy in which the level of cooperation is the same. I have 35 years of experience in this public service in Brazil, and I definitely don't know other policies with this level of cooperation. But for sure, always there is room for improvement. Different jurisdictions maybe have different protocols, but in general, we can note that the framework is the same in all the jurisdictions. One thing that we could work more in the jurisdictions where we have the same case open, where we have the negotiation process being made at the same time, independent of the protocols, independent of the domestic law, is it possible to align the negotiation, mainly to synchronize the timing of each negotiation? I believe it would have a very good impact in all the jurisdictions. It's very easy to implement.
Forgot the mic, sorry. Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Synchronizing the time would make an awful lot of sense. So we'll throw it open to the floor now for sort of the last 15 minutes. If people have got questions. There's a lot of experience up here, so please ask whatever you want.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting and insightful. Marcin Trepka, Polish NGA. You said, of course, that every country has its own procedures and protocols, and of course, timing is important. But don't you think that perhaps some unified marker system would be something that could first make this trust a little bit easier to build between the applicant and all potential jurisdictions being involved? And marker system wouldn't necessarily need to like interfere in every particular jurisdiction's leniency system. It would be just a marker, and in every jurisdiction that feels that, like Maria said, the case is appropriate to make it case, it would need to fill all the requirements of particular jurisdiction. So it would be only marker. And I mean, European Union comes to my mind as obvious area in which it could work in every jurisdiction. So I'm throwing to the panel, in particular, Maria, your thoughts would be interested. Would it be something that could first make it easier and maybe bring more international leniency filings if this marker system would be in place? Thank you.
So going back a little bit to the European experience, we have, as I said, a unique cooperation amongst European competition authorities, also because we actually apply the same substantive law. And we also have aligned a lot of our procedures. One of the things that I had as a little bit of bomb landing on my desk when I was a young policy officer was to say, we have to introduce a one-stop shop for leniency in Europe, make it happen. And what we did was to say we can actually not have a centralized clearinghouse, even in this quite unique setting. But what we can do is that we can try to harmonize and streamline the basic information that parties need to provide upfront in order to get some form of into a queue system. And we call that a summary application system. So you file a full application with the European Commission, and you file basically a very short marker application with all the other authorities that could, in principle, also deal with this case. As long as the Commission is investigating or reflecting whether we want to deal with the investigation, with the application, no other authority does anything. And in most of the member states, you can also file this basic information in English. And so you basically have the same filed in every jurisdictions. That has increasingly facilitated the issue of multiple filings without giving up precisely what Grant referred to beforehand. It's still the authority. When the situation occurs that an authority wants to act on the case, it has the information itself. It does not simply need to implement what another authority has decided on its behalf. I think in principle, at a larger international level, I think it's interesting to work a little bit on whether we can have some common grounds in terms of what would be the basic information that we would need in order to reflect internally whether we are interested in this case or not and take actions. But despite the fact that I'm a big fan of international cooperation, I do not think that it's possible to introduce an international clearinghouse, so not a full one-stop shop. But working a little bit on possibilities to streamline the information upfront could be a way forward.
I'll try and help on this as well. Prior to being at ZCC, I was at a law firm in London where, I'll show my age, we did actually work with a number of agencies, 19 around the world, to try and coordinate this, where there was a single marker and some jurisdictions didn't even have the marker system by then. The one thing I would say that it sounds great in principle, but in the European model, maybe, I say it as someone who lives in New Zealand but is British, maybe, but it gets really problematic once you start getting over about 9 jurisdictions. And that's the reality of it. I coordinated one from London that involved multiple jurisdictions. And you say, oh, it's only for the marker phase. But actually, if you're, again, being really frank, the DOJ and what they require, is that going to be the benchmark for everyone? Is it the JFTC who's going to set the benchmark? I think it sounds great in concept, but I'll give you another example. I was involved in a very large case that had, I think at the time, 14 jurisdictions involved. But what was really important and quite ironic was that we said to the law firm that was coordinating it, can we have more than just a procedural waiver, which is you can coordinate raids or warrants, to be able to sort out this stuff? They were extremely nervous until we sat down with the American law firm and said, this will save you time. So I think there's lots of practical things you can do before you get to the clearinghouse stage. I think you could definitely have a system whereby people give more than just a procedural waiver and say, we want you to work out the steps and the things that each one of you need that's above what we propose being almost like the DG comp statement and then the summary. You could absolutely have that. I think that could work. But I think setting it too rigidly probably wouldn't work. You need to have something where particularly law firms, big international law firms, are comfortable with what they're doing at that stage, because just even getting the procedural waiver is often quite a big step, and they have to deal with multiple versions of the procedural waiver. And well, less now that the ICN's got the model one. So I think there's something you can do, but I'm not sure you'll get to. I know I mentioned the clearinghouse, but I'm not sure you'll get to that.
Right, just say just one or two things. I totally agree with you that the idea of one international one-stop shop, it's impossible to implement. But as we said, different jurisdictions have different protocols, but in general, the framework is the same. So I can imagine for the companies, the cost of implement leniency in different jurisdictions is very high, very costly, but it's possible, hard but possible. If compared to other policies, it would be impossible. If you have an international cartel case, it's hard to assign in different jurisdictions, but possible. If you talk about the data protection, for instance, it's impossible. No?
And it just came to mind, there is a model that we could look at more, which is amongst financial regulators. There's something called the IOSCO model that they use that actually we could probably learn from a little bit. Is there any other questions that people wanted to ask in the last 5 minutes? To the right, to them. I'm not sure whether the other Grant had his hand up.
Hi, good morning. I'm Anne again from the Philippines. So my question is for Maria. I heard that you use a tool for, the name is e-leniency tool. So my question is, do you only allow one representative to access the workspace, or they can request multiple user representative to access the workspace? And yeah, I'm very interested what technology used in this by doing this e-leniency tool. Or is it outsourced, or is it the in-house developed system? And aside from receiving all the soft copy documents from the tool, do you also ask the representative to submit the physical copy to to consider that this submission is completed or validated? Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm happy to give you far more detail after this panel. But just very briefly, this was a tool that we introduced roughly 2 months before we went into lockdown during COVID, which turned out to be a fantastic success because it allowed us to receive leniency application and communicate with a leniency applicant despite the fact that the building was actually shut down. So long story short, this is an online tool that it's our tool, we have developed it, we are controlling it. When we open a space to companies and to the law firms, then they can have multiple users using the system at the same time, but they cannot access, once they have filed it, they cannot access what they have filed. So it would be the same thing as if they came to our premises to give a statement, and then when they leave our premises, they have no access to that one. That's important from a discover and disclosure system. What is fairly new is that the last years we have also introduced the possibility that we can communicate through this platform also with the applicants. So it's not only that they provide the statements, that we give access to leniency statements and to sensitive information via this system as well. And that's the real saver in terms of costs. But I'm happy, Anne, to continue the discussion to provide more details to you and anybody else who are interested in our e-leniency system. It has really been a tremendous success.
Any others? To the fantastic man with the best first name in the world. Go, Grant.
Exactly. I have to say, I keep jumping every time someone says Grant. Yeah, two quick questions. First is, have you noticed any evolution in the type of companies that are applying for leniency over the years? I think that there was a time, maybe some time ago, when it seemed that it was the multinationals that would be first in, perhaps because they, in their home jurisdictions, they knew about leniency, and so they tended to be the first in, to the detriment of the domestic companies. So that's the first question. And the second one is, what's the biggest mistake that you think applicants and their advisors make when they come into you for leniency?
I'll start off and then anyone jump in. Mistake, perfection. Witnesses are human, they're fallible, they will get things wrong. They don't need to be almost prepped as though they were about to get the cross-examination in the Supreme Court. I think there's what we call gilding the lily. Like, we work with parties once they're in, but I think sometimes the bar is high, but that's, as you're working through it, it's not necessarily at that level to begin with. And, sorry, what was your first question, Grant? Just type of applicants. I work with a lot of countries on their leniency programs. I've been fortunate enough to do that. I think the type of applicant, this is generally that you see now, is not the huge conglomerate coming in. There's a range. There still are occasionally those very big ones, but they are now talking to different countries in South America and Asia Pacific particularly. They are slightly smaller, and sometimes they are new entrants trying to get into a market, break in for the first time, and the wall is there. That's a general point, but I think that's the case. And I do know that in certain jurisdictions, far bigger than New Zealand, that do speak English, they're seeing a lot more individual applications.
For the type of applicant, I don't think we have that kind of difference between multinational and small companies. We had in France the difference between French companies and non-French companies, but that's not an issue anymore. And for the mistake, I will say that especially at the beginning of the leniency program, the biggest mistake was to come for leniency before being sure that they wanted to cooperate. At the beginning, they wanted just to improve their situation and to reduce the risk, but they were not clear whether they wanted to really cooperate. And if it's not clear at one point during the proceedings, there will be an issue. It was clearly the case at the beginning of the program. I think that now it's more clear for leniency applicant and for the lawyers that's a risk. But to get to that situation, we had, in some cases, to use all the power we had, and it was not good for the applicants. It was not good for the, let's say, the confidence you can have, the confidence that the leniency program give to people, because people thought it was leniency program fault, but it wasn't. It was the fault of company coming and not being sure that they wanted to fully cooperate with us.
Just coming back a little bit, I alluded to your question before, Grant, that in the beginning, indeed, at the Commission side, it was quite striking that it was almost always the big player in the cartel that came forward as the immunity applicant. And the big player in our types of cases usually are multinational companies. it is far more diverse today. So you also have smaller companies, and there is a link to what Umberto said before. Now that we are also quite more successful with our whistleblower program, we have seen that there's a lot more employees that are coming forward to talk to us, and sometimes immunity applicants are very transparent. We had one a few weeks ago who came forward and said, we actually didn't want to come forward and report this one because we think you may not have detected it otherwise, but we have an employee that is threatening to go and see you under your whistleblower programs to make sure that we actually come first and can benefit from immunity. Here we are. And I think that's quite good to know, because that shows that it is actually a race that is precisely what we want to obtain in those situations.
Okay, I'm mindful everyone's probably going to be desperate for a coffee now, so we'll wrap it up. But if you do have any questions, do approach any of the panelists. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing your valuable insights. Let's give another big round of applause to our moderator and our panelists. So throughout the panel discussion, we were able to see the challenges and the dynamics of operating leniency programs, and with valuable insights for future regulatory refinement. Thank you once again to all our speakers and to everyone in the audience for your attention and participation. This concludes our plenary session 2, and after a short break, we'll continue with break session 3 on the 3rd floor at 11 a.m. And before I let everyone go, let me make a brief announcement about our cultural program. So please note that the cultural program is limited to pre-registered participants only, and all spots have already been fully booked, so additional registration is unfortunately not possible. So thank you for your understanding. And for those who have already registered, the program will take place tomorrow right after the luncheon. So please meet at the lobby at 1:50 p.m. So we'll board on bus and depart on time, so your punctuality will be greatly appreciated. So thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy your break time, and we'll see you everyone at the 3rd floor, 11 a.m. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We'll be starting our event in 5 minutes, so we'll be starting at 2:05. So if you're coming inside the venue, please take your seats and please turn off all your communication devices into silent mode. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We'll now proceed to the third plenary session. So the session 3 is titled Criminal Enforcement and Individual Liabilities in Cartel Cases. In this session, competition authorities and law enforcement agencies will share how their jurisdictions handle criminal enforcement and individual liability in cartel-related cases. They will also share the challenges they have faced and the policy directions they would like to take going forward. Now, let me introduce you to our moderator for this session. Ms. Jacinta Fallon from the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission of Ireland is the head of the CCPC's cartel investigation team. She brings extensive hands-on experience in investigating economic and financial crimes, as well as expertise in cyber forensics. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Next, I'll introduce to our panelists. First, Mr. Kamil Waselem is Vice Chairman of the Office of the Protection of Competition in the Czech Republic. He leads the Czech Competition Authority efforts to strengthen its cartel investigation and criminal enforcement framework. He previously served as the Cartel Affairs team and as a deputy director driving reforms in criminal enforcement. He also contributed to the development of cartel investigation law through cooperation with European competition authorities and academia. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Next, I would like to introduce Mr. Dong-Han Shin, Senior Director of the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Korea. As director, Mr. Shin oversees criminal cases in Korea, including those related to fair trade violations. He has extensive experience in handling various competition law cases during his previous post at Antitrust Division of Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office and the International Legal Advisory Division of the Ministry of Justice. Drawing on his experience, Mr. Shin will deliver his presentation today. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Next, we have Ms. Ami Akagawa from the Japan Fair Trade Commission. She is in charge of M&A review and criminal cases at the Japan Fair Trade Commission. Having worked in the International Affairs Division and the Investigation Bureau, she has investigated abuse of dominance cases and overseen criminal referrals. Ms. Akagawa has also presented at OECD forums and is widely recognized as a talented investigator with strong practical capabilities. Please welcome her with a warm round of applause. Our final speaker is Mr. Aidan Devaney from the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission of Ireland. Mr. Devaney leads leniency and cartel investigations at the CCPC. He has more than a decade of experience in investigating economic and financial crimes and brings practical expertise in digital forensics and cybercrime investigations. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Now that I finished introducing all our speakers and moderator, I will hand the session over to our moderator, Ms. Fallon.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. And thank you for a lovely lunch and to the host, to the Minister of Justice here today. It's a pleasure to see so many of you here for what promises to be a fascinating discussion on criminal enforcement and individual liability in cartel cases. Cartel enforcement has long been at the core of competition law. But in recent years, we've seen a notable shift from corporate fines towards personal accountability. Increasingly, enforcement agencies around the world are not only targeting companies, but also pursuing the individuals behind anti-competitive conduct through criminal or administrative sanctions. This does raise important and somewhat difficult questions. For instance, how far should criminal enforcement go in deterring collusion? When is it fair to hold individuals, executive managers personally liable? And does the threat of imprisonment strengthen compliance or simply create a fear and uncertainty within organisations? I'm delighted to be joined here today by expert panels right and left of me today. To my right here is Kamil, and also he's the Vice Chair, Competition Division of the Czech Republic. and then also to Miss M.E. Agawa, Assistant Director, Mergers and Acquisitions Division, the Japan Fair Trade Commission, and also to my left here is Mr. Dong Won Sin, Director of Criminal Affairs Division, Ministry of Justice of Republic of Korea, and then to also my colleague here today, Mr. Aidan Devaney. He's the head of the unit of the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission Ireland. So over the next hour or so, we will explore this topic from our speakers, from each of their various backgrounds, positions held, and jurisdictions. So please feel free, if you have any questions for the panel, they're happy to take them at any stage, so put up your hand and we'll get someone to you straight away. And we'll hopefully have time at the end, of course, for further engagement. I myself am the head of the unit within the Cartels Investigation Team from the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. We're hearing lots of different CCPC and different little acronyms as well, so pardon if we do use them, we will try and explain them. I lead a team of investigators there. But with that in mind, they each have a presentation to give, so we'll dive straight into our discussion. And to start us off, Camille, perhaps you could share your thoughts on how criminal enforcement in cartel cases have evolved and what drives the current focus on individual accountability.
Thank you, Jacinta. First of all, let me thank the organizers from KFTC for this beautiful event in the beautiful city of Seoul, and I'm delighted to be here and happy to share some thoughts regarding criminal liability for cartels. I hope that you enjoyed lunch as much as I did, and I hope also that you remain hungry for information. And with no further ado, I would start with my presentation. Okay. Could you help me? Thank you. Yes. So, what I'm going to speak about in the next 15 minutes are, at first, I would like to introduce you briefly the system of, let's say, anti-cartel enforcement in the Czech Republic, which is not only administrative one done by the Czech Competition Authority, but we have also criminal responsibility for cartels, and also, in a way, private damage claims might also have a function as a deterrent factor against cartelization. In the second slide, I will try to advocate why I think that even in a system where administrative sanctions and administrative investigation prevails, it's important to focus also on sanctions for individuals, and maybe nowadays even more than before. Then I will briefly mention the only one criminal case where actually some natural persons, some individuals were sentenced for cartelization so far in the Czech Republic. And last but not least, in the fourth slide, I will try to explain our planned amendment of the Competition Act, where we want to introduce the possibility for the Czech Competition Authority also to fine individuals within the administrative procedure. So that's it, and let me start with the first part. So, as I already mentioned, there are three, I would say, pillars of anti-cartel enforcement in the Czech Republic. If you look at the graph on my slide, it's not a graph based on real numbers, because otherwise you wouldn't even see the criminal and private parts, because we don't have like any successful damage claim for cartel, any successful damage claim case for damages caused by cartel in the Czech Republic so far decided by courts, and we have, as I mentioned, only one criminal case. So the anti-cartel deterrence and anti-cartel enforcement is done almost solely by the Czech Competition Authority. Within this system, we can fine undertakings with quite heavy fines. We have the administrative procedure and corresponding tools. For example, compared to criminal investigations, we don't have the right to do any wiretappings. As an anti-cartel deterrence and a part of the cartel enforcement, it might also serve the private damage claims, because if the cartel causes damages, of course there might be litigation, and of course the companies then might go after the managers who actually conclude cartels and seek also the damages from them. So in this way there is also a deterrence against individuals. And of course, the last but not least, the criminal part done by police and public prosecutors, who can actually start the proceedings against the individuals, against the natural persons. They have all investigative measures. Also, as I mentioned, for example, wiretapping. And the thing is, for the police and public prosecutors, it's quite difficult, at least in the Czech Republic, because we don't have a specialized cartel unit within the police, and for them it's usually easier to choose another type of crime, for example, in general fraud, or embezzlement, or I don't know, tender manipulation, which is for them, as I said, easier to proceed with. Regarding the harshness of cartel as a crime, as it is written in our criminal code, it's quite strict and wide, and the individual might be imprisoned up to 8 years, according to our criminal code, and also the scope is quite wide, and it's not only hardcore cartels, but in general all horizontal anti-competitive agreements. But in fact, it's almost impossible to prove, for example, liability for effect agreements. So this is, even if this is written in a criminal code, in practice, it's almost impossible. And also the biggest problem is that according to our criminal code, the police and the prosecutors have to prove damage caused by the cartel agreement, which is also something which is extremely difficult for them. So this is basically our system and our 3 pillars of, I would say, anti-cartel enforcement, and how it works, or also, as I mentioned, two of those pillars don't work much in the Czech Republic. So next part, why I think it's good to focus more to individuals during the cartel investigations and in general deterrence. Even though I heard yesterday that maybe even now or in the future, cartels might be concluded by AI and autonomously to the individuals, still behind the use of those algorithms there will be people, always there will be people. And by the way, I think it's very hard to punish AI. You can maybe delete it, but I don't think it's worth it. So we should focus to the very beginning where any cartelization starts, and it's in the mind of some flesh and bone individual. Also, what I think and what we see and our investigators see is that there is an increased ability to hide any cartel cooperation through technical means. And also there is a higher awareness among the managers, and those managers who are, even though they are aware about seriousness of a cartel offense and who still cartelize, they can really hide their communication, and we unfortunately see a bit decrease in effectiveness of our dawn rates. So what we need more effective leniency program, more effective complainants, whistleblowers, and also a help of the people who knows about the cartel inside the company. And if the cartel lasts for long, if it's complicated, it's not only the top level management, but I think also the other managers and other employees might be aware that something is going on, and we need to give them an opportunity to come forward to the competition authority or in the criminal system to police, and to cooperate in exchange for immunity or at least reducing eventual sanction. Also, for the Czech Republic, that's fact that the leniency program it's a success, but not a huge one. We have some leniency applications, but the numbers are quite small. So this is the other reason why we think that it's appropriate to maybe focus on individuals who might come, for example, former managers who might come and give us the individual leniency that would enable to start cartel proceedings. And of course, the main reason is, as I described in a previous slide, that the Czech criminal sanction system doesn't work efficiently in practice, and this is the most important thing why we want to change the system and introduce a new law that would enable us as a competition authority to actually go against the individuals who cartelize. So this is why I think that it's important in our administrative system to focus more on individuals who commit cartels. I also promised to introduce you briefly the one and only case of criminal cartel prosecution. The case actually concerned it was bid rigging, and it concerned the tenders for technical and operational studies regarding high-speed railway constructions. It wasn't the construction itself; it was the studies for those constructions. Actually, the case was started by the police, and they had almost all evidence by wiretappings, and at that time we couldn't use it, even though they gave it to us. According to our law, it was impossible to use the wiretappings done by police. But one of the companies investigated by the police came actually as a leniency applicant and actually received the full immunity, which is peculiar because even though we knew about the cartel, we had the evidence we couldn't use. In fact, we were in a situation where that particular leniency applicant enabled us to actually prosecute, to start the proceedings and successfully finish the proceedings. Other important thing regarding the case was that even though there was a full immunity application for an undertaking, the immunity application did not prevent imposing criminal sanctions on the two individuals, two managers, because they were not involved in the leniency submission. They were the former managers. And as you can see, there is the list of sentences. You can see the imprisonment was only suspension. The people didn't go to jail, but only conditionally. And also there was monetary fines and disqualification order from acting in a statutory bodies of a company. So, what we plan? As I mentioned several times before, we plan to amend our Competition Act, and we want to introduce liability for individuals for committing cartels. So, who is targeted? Individuals, not only those who, on behalf of an undertaking, conclude an agreement, but also other managers who helped to keep the cartel, form it, keep it running. This is, let's say, the personal dimension, the scope. We focus on not only like a hardcore cartel agreements, but what we call it in the EU system by object agreements. And this is quite interesting. We also would like to introduce the possibility to punish attempts to cartelize, because in several times we seize the evidence where, for example, one manager sent an email to the other one saying, okay, I would like you to cover this or that bid, I would like to win this or that tender. But when there is no response and no counteraction from the other part, it's not a cartel, and we can't actually legally see it as an agreement and punish it in any way in our system. And we want to be deterrent, so we want to be able to go also against such a conduct and be able to punish individuals for these attempts to cartelize. The level of liability we plan to set as an intention. We want to introduce sanctions up to 400,000 euros and direct disqualifications up to 5 years. Of course, not to ruin our leniency program, there must be interaction with leniency. The individuals might be able to apply individually for leniency and could get complete immunity for sanctions and also fine reduction up to 50%, and also immunity from direct disqualifications. What is utmost important is also the interaction with a possible criminal procedure, and if they successfully apply for leniency before the office, they will be also lenient from eventual criminal prosecution. Our actually goal is also not only to punish and deter these individuals, but also to be able to proceed the case against the companies. And so we plan to introduce a system in a way that if an undertaking applies successfully for immunity, it would mean an automatic immunity for all individuals within this undertaking, disregard if it's immunity application or fine reduction. So really, we would like to introduce a system which is super friendly for anybody who would like to come to us and cooperate under the leniency program, and we hope this will help us to detect and uncover more cartels in the future. And my last slide. So I already started. What are the goals? Of course, increased effectiveness in detecting cartels, increased deterrence, because we will focus on the very beginning to the individuals. Our primary focus is still to investigate and punish undertakings to be able to deal with the companies and use the eventual leniency applications and from individuals and cooperation from individuals as a source of reliable information. And also we want to support eventual criminal investigation, because if we, during our investigation, find enough evidence that could trigger the criminal prosecution, we would very likely, not very likely, we would definitely give the evidence to the police and enable them to, and help them to investigate. The problem, of course, in this is nebis in idem, because we have to be very careful when the police and our authority would be investigating one individual for one conduct. So there must be checks and balances. Also, for us to go against individuals might be difficult because, as I mentioned, we don't have such investigative tools as a police in a criminal investigation. And the advantages why the Czech Competition Authority should do it and why I hope and strongly believe we will be successful is we have experience in cartel investigations. Our case handlers dreams about uncovering cartels and punishing them. So I hope we are much more focused on such investigations than the police, because as I said, they, and I fully understand why, they prefer maybe to going after another types of crime, even though part of it it's a cartels. And of course, I am pretty much convinced that it will lead to even stronger cooperation with police and public prosecutors, because we will be mutually helpful much more than under the current system. So this is the reasons why I believe that it's a good thing to introduce such a new power for the Czech Competition Authority, and I hope we are going to get this power in the, if not near, then at least in a not so far future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Camille. Very insightful, just to give us a background, and hopefully that does come in for your Competition Act, that it will be amended shortly. I'm just going to hand you over to Miss ME, and perhaps you could share your thoughts on how the criminal enforcement in cartel cases has evolved and what drives the current focus on individual accountability.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great honor to be here and have opportunity to speak today. I always love Seoul. It's inspiring and vibrant city, and I'd also express my sincere appreciation to organizers for their hard work in making this event possible. So today I mainly focuses on the difference between the administrative procedure and criminal procedure during my presentation. So first, let me introduce the recent trends in the administrative investigations by the JFTC. Regarding enforcement status FY 2024, the number of legal measures taken by the JFTC against violation of the Act was 24 cases, including 3 cases of approval of commitment plans. And of these, 16 cases involved cartels. So JFTC is trying to take rigorous and appropriate action in every cases. Now let's move on to the main topic of the presentation. So what is criminal enforcement process at the Japan Fair Trade Commission? I will now provide an overview of criminal accusation. The JFTC published its policy on criminal accusation on June 20, 1919. According to this policy, the JFTC will actively pursue criminal penalties and file accusation in cases of serious and malicious violations, particularly price cartels that have a significant impact on the public. At the end of October 2025, the JFTC has filed a total of 19 criminal accusations. This policy emphasizes the JFTC's commitment to protecting market fairness and preventing unfair practices that harm consumers and society as a whole. Let's look at how the JFTC detects violation of Anti-Monopoly Act. The JFTC gathers information on its own initiative. In addition, it receives reports from the general public and the Small and Medium Enterprises Agency. Sometimes individuals involved in violations themselves provide information to the JFTC. In such cases, the leniency program can be used as an incentive to encourage self-reporting. There are 2 types of investigations: administrative investigation and criminal investigation. Criminal investigation target cases the JFTC deems serious enough to warrant criminal prosecution. In these cases, the JFTC files a criminal accusation with the Prosecutor General and the case enters the criminal procedure system. On the other hand, violations that are not deemed to warrant criminal prosecution are handled through administrative investigation. These cases follow the administrative procedure system, which can result in measures such as cease and desist orders or surcharge payment orders. On the next slide, I will go into more detail about compulsory investigation for criminal cases. The detailed procedures for compulsory investigation for criminal cases are detection of suspected violation, request for a warrant from judge, inspection, search, and seizure. And after the investigation and firming on conviction of violation, the JFDC files an accusation with Prosecutor General. And this is the exclusive right of the JFDC to file criminal accusation. After this, the process continues with filing a public prosecution with the district court in litigation and judgment. Now, let me explain inspection, search, and seizure. In administrative investigations by the JFDC, the agency relies on indirect coercive authority, meaning they can secure compliance through penalties. For example, they can conduct on-site inspections, issue production orders, or detain items. However, in criminal investigations, searches and seizures are more compulsory. So this means that under a search and seizure warrant issued by a judge, the JFDC can forcibly search and seize specified location and items. Furthermore, to ensure smooth handling of criminal accusations, the JFDC and the prosecution authorities hold a prosecution issues consultation meeting. This meeting is attended by prosecutors. From the prosecution side, it's usually at the level of prosecutor in the Fiscal and Economic Affairs Bureau of Supreme Public Prosecutor Office or below, and official from the JFDC side, it is at the level of Director General or of the Criminal Investigation Department or below. And they exchange opinions and information about specific issues in the case. Finally, in cartel cases where an enterprise has participated, the enterprise that voluntarily reports the violation to the JFDC first, using the leniency program, will have its surcharge fully waived and, in practice, will be excluded from prosecution. And we use this Article 74 for criminal accusations. As I mentioned earlier, the enterprise that voluntarily reports the violation to the JFDC first, using the leniency program. And so I introduced bid rigging in the Tokyo 2020 Olympic and Paralympic game case as recent and remarkable criminal accusation case. In 2018, regarding the advertising and event project for the Tokyo Olympics, multiple companies engaged in bid rigging. Advertising agencies and event planning firms were involved, along with individuals from the organizing committee. The companies coordinated in advance to determine which company would handle which project and set bid prices, avoiding real competition and securing lucrative contracts. So on February 28, 2023, the JFTC filed a criminal accusation with the Prosecutor General. And on June 23, 2025, the JFTC issues cease and desist orders and surcharge payment orders totaling over 3.3 billion yen against the 7 involved enterprises. In Japan, there is an exclusive right to file criminal accusations. The leniency program is designed to encourage companies to self-report violation by offering immunity from criminal prosecution. This is achieved by excluding the company that applies for leniency from being targeted for criminal prosecution. While the leniency program is part of the administrative process and does not directly involve criminal procedures, it helps to promote cooperation in investigation by ensuring that companies who come forward voluntarily will not face criminal liability. As a result, the number of companies subject to criminal accusations and the number of companies subject to cease and desist orders can differ. The companies benefiting from leniency program are not included in criminal proceedings, but they may still be subject to administrative penalties, such as cease and desist orders. So next, I introduce waiting for the construction of new station on the linear Central Shinkansen case and rigging concerning the disaster restoration paving works for the Great East Japan earthquake ordered by the Tohoku branch of East Nippon Express Company case. In both cases shows the difference between the administrative investigation and criminal investigation. So what is the linear Central Shinkansen? So linear Chuo Shinkansen is a high-speed rail line currently under construction in Japan. And the construction of linear Shinkansen is a massive public project involving numerous construction companies. So the cartel involved these companies meeting before the bidding process to decide which company would handle which part of the project and to set the bid prices. This allowed them to avoid real competition, and as a result, the companies were able to secure contracts at inflated prices, unfairly increasing their profit. The companies involved were Japan's major construction firms. The cartel activities took place during meetings where executives and other representatives from these companies coordinated which company would take on each part of linear Shinkansen construction. So, on March 23, 2018, criminal accusations were filed. And on December 22, 2020, cease and desist orders and surcharge payment orders were issued. The cease and desist order mandated dissolving the agreements, refraining from selecting intended contractors, conducting periodic audits, and taking necessary measures. One key difference between criminal investigation and administrative investigation is that the facts stated in the accusation and those used as the basis for a cease and desist order are different. In the criminal accusation, the period of the agreement is stated as being from late April 2024 till late August 2015. However, in the cease and desist order, the period of the agreement is stated as after February 2015. The reason for this difference is that in criminal cases, it is necessary to identify as precisely as possible when the agreement was formed in order to defend the defendant. On the other hand, in administrative investigations, the process of agreement formation does not matter. What matters is simply the existence of agreement at a certain point in time. So, even if the existence of the agreement is disputed, it is clear that an agreement was in place by February 2015 at the latest. So the big link concerning the disaster restoration paving work cases. In March 2011, Japan was struck by the Great East Japan earthquake, one of the most devastating natural disasters in the country's history. The earthquake caused extensive damage, particularly to infrastructure, including highways and roads in the affected areas, especially in the Tohoku region. As part of the reconstruction efforts, NEXCO East Japan was tasked with the restoration of several major highways. The case revolves around 20 road resurfacing projects that were commissioned by NEXCO East Japan for the reconstruction of highways damaged by the earthquake. These projects were put out for tender, and the JFTC found that violating enterprises had determined the intended winners of it and ensured that those intended winners would get the contract. An interesting point that highlights the difference between criminal investigation and administrative investigations in this case is that in the criminal investigation, around 10 companies were not targeted for prosecution. However, in the administrative investigation, these companies were found to have violated the act, and cease and desist orders were issued against them. So, let's now touch on the personal liability and the criminal penalties under the Act. The Act establishes a dual punishment provision for violation. First, when corporate officers, employees, or other individuals violate the Act, they can face criminal penalties under Article 89, which targets those who engage in unreasonable restraint of trade. Additionally, Article 95 states that in addition to punishing the offender, enterprises themselves are also subject to fines. Article 95.2 introduces a triple penalty provision, where fines can be imposed on company representatives who knew about the violation but failed to prevent or correct them. Now, regarding other individual liabilities, the Companies Act outlines specific responsibilities, and shareholder deliberative lawsuits can be filed holding individual officers personally accountable. In such cases, officers may be liable not only for failing to prevent cartels, but also for not using the leniency program promptly, which could have reduced or exempt the fine. So this is the final slide of my presentation. So I explained the key takeaways here. And first, for violation with a broad public impact, the JFTC will ensure strict enforcement through close cooperation with the Public Prosecutor Office. It's important to bridge the understanding gap between administrative and criminal procedures. This can be done through personal exchanges and other means. Second, we need to change the mindset of enterprises. They must understand that Cartels are criminal offenses, not a way to benefit their businesses. This shift is key to strengthening compliance, awareness, and preventing violations. For instance, in the case of bid rigging for W Central Shinkansen constructions, 4 enterprises received both administrative sanctions and criminal penalties. They issued a public declaration to abandon bid rigging in December 2005, promising no further violations. However, individuals responsible for corporate compliance were involved in the violations, showing the need for stronger corporate culture and deterrence. Finally, the leniency program plays a critical role. For example, in the bearing price cartels, it is a little bit old, but the self-reporting by an enterprise helped reveal the cartel structure, like meetings, emails, and phone records often serve as key evidence in cartel cases. Submitting this evidence through the leniency program speeds up investigation. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Emi, for your insight into the difference of admin and criminal and the shifting the corporate mindset, and to remind them that cartels are criminal offences. I'm now going to hand you over to Aidan Devaney, and he will give his presentation.
Thank you, Jacinta. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. Thank you also to the KFTC and the KMOJ for organising this very successful event and bringing so many people together under the one roof. As stated earlier on, Aidan Devaney is my name, and I'm the head of a unit, and my team works on immunity and leniency applications within the CCPC, and also the case stream, where we develop a pipeline of cases for investigation that are subsequently funneled into our investigation team. When I was planning this presentation, I decided to speak really about the journey of competition in Ireland and the advancements and improvements that we've had over the years, and I suppose most recently the adoption of the administrative regime and those subsequent penalties. So I'm going to speak initially about our organisation, the CCPC, the legal framework, the enforcement structure. I'll move on to the liabilities then at that stage, and some features and trends that I'm seeing within the Commission, and then the practical implications at the end. So the CCPC has a number of growing functions, and primarily we enforce and inform and protect and regulate. We're an independent statutory body, and we have a dual mandate to enforce domestic Irish law and also European competition and consumer protection law. And our aim really is to have open and competitive markets. The two pieces that are highlighted in red are where I sit, very much the enforcement of competition law, and also to promote competition. And that promotion comes about with bid rigging presentations that we carry out around the country. So from a legislative perspective, the foundations of our powers, our domestic legislation, are in the 2002 Act, which has been subsequently amended. It was amended most recently in 2022 and came into force only recently in 2023. That brought bid rigging into the fold as a standalone criminal offence, and it also brought about our ability to appoint an adjudication officer and to issue administrative fines, which we didn't have before. The 2022 Act also brought us into the area of surveillance, and these covert powers would have been ordinarily used by our National Police Service, but now we have those powers also in our toolkit. So where do our investigations come from? I've heard an awful lot over the last number of days about Whistle B and the importance of it. I'm very proud to say that we also have that platform, and it's totally anonymous source of information. The people who manage that system are independent to the CCPC, and we have no access to any of the identifiable details of that individual. So their IP addresses, anything like that, is not available. We just get the information. But what we do have is the ability to maintain a conversation with that individual, which is quite key. I mentioned earlier the outreach program that we have, and that's a great opportunity for ourselves to go around the country and really highlight the red flags that people can look out for when they are looking at tendering documents. We have the cartel immunity program and the administrative leniency program. Again, that only came into play in the last number of years. And we have an ex officio regime where we look at what's going on online, try and develop intelligence as well. And we have a complaints hotline too, and an email dedicated to receiving complaints. We also monitor the media and we conduct market research. So what that means is all of those bits and pieces come into my office, we triage them, we assess them, and if we see that there's a potential for a prima facie case, that's when the matters are forwarded on to the investigation team to develop that further. So our enforcement structure, we are the investigating authority, so the Competition Consumer Protection, we investigate the cartels. So we're slightly different to some of our counterparts in the sense that we're not a prosecutor-led organisation. So Jacinta here to my right, her team carries out the investigation. They obtain court-issue warrants, and they very much conduct their investigations that way. And we're supported then by in-house legal. We have a digital forensics team, and we also have a surveillance team that I mentioned a moment ago. So once the investigation is completed, a file is submitted then to our Director of Public Prosecutions, and really they are the ultimate deciders whether or not this case should progress to the court and what venue it should take, either the lower court or the Central Criminal Court before a judge and a jury. I mentioned as well we have the new administrative enforcement regime, and earlier this year I'm pleased to say we had an adjudication officer appointed to that position. And again, there's judicial oversight with that enforcement or adjudication regime. The cartel immunity and leniency program, we work in conjunction with the DPP, and it's really critical for the detection, and we've all heard about that over the last number of days. We don't offer any rewards to anybody who comes forward with information, which is something that differs with other organisations in the room. So now moving on to our liabilities. So this is the current state of play with the new legislation. The fine for a conviction in court, which is the Central Criminal Court, is €50 million or 20% of the last 12 months turnover, whichever is greater. From our administrative approach, they can issue a fine of €10 million or the 10% of the last 12 months turnover. And we also have an option for a civil injunction for the cartelists to stop. Again, if a leniency and immunity applicant comes forward, it's likely that there'll be no sanction or potentially a reduced sanction for them. So from an individual point of view, I'm just going to highlight there the court imprisonment of 10 years. So there's no 10% deduction. That's just a little typo there. But an individual can be fined up to €50 million or 20% going back the previous 20 or 12 months. They can also receive a custodial sentence, a prison sentence of up to 10 years, a 5-year director strike-off, and the costs of the litigation can be imposed on them also. We also have the civil injunction for those individuals to stop being part of the cartel, and can also be excluded from future public procurement. So the penalties there are very, very strong and stringent. But again, if the applicant comes forward and are successful in leniency and immunity, there's no sanction or perhaps a reduced sanction. A question that I was asked over the last few days, an individual can be prosecuted in absence of the actual company being prosecuted, so there's no need for them to go together there. So we're going back 20 years. The Galway Heating Oil Cartel was the first criminal conviction before a jury trial for cartel behaviour. And there was a suspended custodial sentence issued in that case. And as I said, it was one of the first in Europe. The venue for the prosecutions of cartel activity, it kind of shows how serious the state take this. It's at the Central Criminal Court, and that court is usually left open for murder and manslaughter and rapes and very, very serious offences. And cartels are now tried before that court and before a jury. We now have the administrative regime, and that aligns with what's going on across Europe and what we've seen there. And we have our powers of surveillance, and that was amended also. So I'm going to move on now to the next slide. And these are the practical implications of the risks for people who get involved in a cartels. So it's significant personal exposure. So if we have a trial before the courts in Ireland, there's usually a lot of media around that. So they're going to be exposed within their community. There's the risk of imprisonment, which, as I said, is now up to 10 years, and also multi-million euro fines. And what's important to note as well, active or passive involvement of a cartel may also be an offence. So to mitigate these risks, there must be a robust compliance and awareness programme within the companies. And I suppose there's a cost to that also. So I'm going to move on now to another case. It's a carpet, Aston carpet case that we had. And really what happened here, we had two carpet providers, and the directors got together and they organised who would win the tenders. And that was with big companies, Google and PayPal and MasterCard. So to that end, the agreed loser would overbid on the tender. So I'm going to show you the penalties now, and just to highlight that this was before the most recent changes to the legislation. So the penalties, the company itself was fined only €10,000. The director received a €45,000 fine. He was disqualified for 5 years, and in this case, again, similar to the last one, there was a suspended prison sentence given there. In this case, the director was also convicted for impeding the investigation. Now, what I would like to highlight is that those fines are relatively low. At that time, and what the legislation would have allowed would have been a fine up to €4 million. So we didn't come near that at all, and I think Ireland was a bit of an outlier with the low fines in this case. So some key messages now from, I suppose, operating an investigation team is to increase the resources that we have. So the CCPC has improved our technical ability, and we now have our surveillance team. We maintain our role in providing guidance documents and training, and we conduct our investigations and our court prosecutions. We don't have an administrative sanction to date. As I mentioned, our adjudication officer only came about earlier on this year, but we do have some pipeline cases that may be suitable for that. We're also advocating for a change in legislation, and that change would allow us to screen tendering documents for breaches of bid rigging legislation there. So it's been very interesting for us to hear about how the other countries are conducting that analysis too. So I'm going to finish up there. I'm going to thank you for your time. My details are on the last slide, so if any of you want to get in contact, I'd be more than happy to discuss this presentation with you at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Aidan, for your insight into the combination of criminal and administrative strengthening its powers and willingness to act within Ireland. I'm now going to pass you over to Mr. Dong Wan Sin, and he will give his presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So my name is Dong Wan Sin, and I'm currently working in the Criminal Affairs Division of KMOJ. This is a very unique experience to see friendly faces near my home, and this hotel is only 15 minutes away from my hometown. But the thing is, it's not very accessible since the hotel rates are not very friendly. So it is my honor to see this event taking place in Seoul. I have been participating to the ICN I think almost 7 to 8 years, and this is the this is the result of a collaboration between KMOJ and KFTC dedicated to the ICN steering group. So we really appreciate this event. And I hope all of you enjoy this beautiful season of SEOUL, and don't forget tonight's dinner party. So I will begin with the overview of cartel enforcement of Korea. So our principal law will be MRFTA Criminal Code, and there are several other laws, but the MRFTA is the Monopoly Regulation and Fair Trade Act. And also we have a criminal code for the whole criminal proceeding. We have a dual agent system, so there's a KFTC and also KMOJ. KMOJ is following the US model. So there is a chart kind of briefly introducing our system. So KFTC, they take the administrative function, they deal with the MRFTA, administrative investigation, deliberation, decisions, and they also give corrective orders, surcharges, and administrative fines. We do criminal and civil, and sometimes MRFTA, Criminal Code, and State Litigation Act. We do criminal investigation, indictment, and we also deal with the civil litigations. And we do fines, but also we send people to jail. So that's one thing. Our criminal enforcement regime, so it's like this. So KMOJ, we have exclusive jurisdiction in criminal matters. So we collaborate with KFTC's administrative function to find that what's criminally right or wrong. So our criminal law requires special due process, which is the fundamental principle in criminal law. So the criminal investigation, proceedings, indictment, trials, we have a special rules for that. So it's really closely connected to the admissibility of the evidence, so we try to carefully follow all the proceedings. So also one thing special about our function is the warrant. So since by our constitution, we are the sole authority for the warrant system. So KMOJ, we do search and seizure warrant, we do the down raid, and we also have the arrest warrant power. So, since 2015, for more effective criminal enforcement, we made the antitrust division, which is relatively new. So there's a question. So which one is administrative and which one is criminal? So threshold for the criminal proceeding. So by the MRFTA law, there's a standard saying obvious and substantial violation. So when it's obvious and the damage is substantial, it's criminal, which sounds very in a gray area. But so if that case is obvious and substantial, KFTC shall file the case to KMOJ, KPS, and we may request to file the case to the KFTC, which has the binding force. And why this referring system? Why they refer criminal cases? Because of the due process and admissibility of the evidence. But in practice, sometimes with this process, because of the compulsory investigation, as I just mentioned, we have the power to apply for the warrant. So sometimes some companies do not actually cooperate, they try to hide the evidence. Then we need to move to the compulsory investigation. Then we need that kind of process during the criminal proceeding. Detection of criminal cartels, we have 3 sources of evidence. Most of all, KFTC referral. That's the, I think it's most of the cases come from the KFTC, but also some cases come from the third-party complaints. Also, we have KMOJ's criminal leniency program, so some cases generate from that kind of program. And individual liability. So we really focus on this individual liability thing. So responsible person, officers, accomplice, usually executive managers or CEOs, we try to take the accountable people for their responsibility. Is that effective? Yes, it's a very effective tool for deterrence and accountability. We try to do active enforcement for the search, arrest, and imprisonment and disqualification, because when there's a case, some people believe the money does not come out of their pocket, so they actually do not care. They just move to another company and do the thing again and again. But when it comes to the individual, and then they actually do care about the case. It's a individual detention. They try to be more cautious about doing the same thing again. So penalty will be 3 years, up to 3 years in prison for the individual. But when it comes to bid rigging, it's up to 5 years. But sometimes that kind of cartels or bid riggings could be combined with bribery or embezzlement. That could be up to 10 years. So there are like two simple cases which I can just introduce to you. So we have so KMOJ, we have expertise in down rate and evidence collecting and digital forensic, which you have seen during Monday and Tuesday season. So for the down rate, we usually send 20 to 40 officers for small cases, and sometimes if it's a big case, we send 80 to 100 officers to the spot, so we could get a lot of evidence. And the length of the investigation, usually if the case comes from the KFTC, it takes 6 months. Usually, we try to wrap it up really quick. And if it's generated from our own source, usually up to 1 year. But we try to finish the case as soon as possible because it could impact the economy of the companies. So first case is a steel rebar collusion. This case was referred from the KFTC. It's a 6 trillion Korean won public procurement collusion. They referred 7 companies and 9 individuals. So actually, it happened in 2022, and we saw a really good example from our colleague Department of US DOJ. They made a PCSF, which is a public procurement strike force. So we tried to do a similar case. So we just found that this is something happened during the public procurement. So our investigation began from October 2022. So we raided 7 companies and 13 individuals, and through digital forensics, we found the 7 hidden core individuals who led the conspiracy of this cartel. So next month, we arrested 3 core individuals who is most accountable for this violation. And in December, we indicted 7 companies and 22 individuals. So it took 1 year for the whole proceeding, judicial proceeding. So all 29 defendants found guilty in this process. And for your reference, the maximum life sentence was 3 years in prison for this case. So case 2 is a different case. It generated from our own source. It began from our criminal leniency program. It was a year of 2023. So with that information, leniency information, we raided 7 architecture firms. It was about bid rigging of construction supervision firms. They kind of engineering and supervision firms had to collectively coordinate their bid rigging price and designate the predetermined winners in each tender during public procurement project. So it resulted in financial damage of 550 billion Korean won, which could be almost like 400 million US dollars, and to the contract public organizations. So we did a down raid and to 17 companies and 19 individuals. It was involving public school, office, hospital construction projects, so it was all over there. So we did quite an investigation for almost 4 to 5 months, and we arrested 7 core individuals who are leading this conspiracy. And it was also connected to some kind of bribery and public corruptions. So those core individuals were 6 supervisors and 1 CEO. And then July 2024, we indicted 17 companies and 50 individuals, and this year, in January, everybody was found guilty. And if this case was the maximum sentence was 3 years again, so 1, 2, 3 years in prison. So in sum, so we believe criminal liability and individual liability is very important and effective tool for the deterrence of whole cartel violations. And we wish to collaborate with our colleague agency to find out more violations and make more transparent market. Thank you.
Thank you for that, for your insight into the overview of cartel enforcement. If there's any questions as well from the floor, we'd be happy to take them now as well. And we have heard today that criminal enforcement does remain a vital but challenging tool for deterring cartel behaviour. Both for individuals and companies, the risk landscape is evolving more than ever. From cartel involvement means serious potential consequences. And each of the speakers gave their own backgrounds from their knowledge and wherever their jurisdictions are. Happy to take any questions from the floor. No, I will start with one. I will go to yourself, Aidan. I suppose just if you wanted to give maybe what does the landscape in the cartels division in Ireland look like at the moment?
Thanks very much, Jacinta. So I think cartels in public procurement, it causes huge harms to our taxpayers, and just by increasing prices. And this area remains one of the CCPC's strategic priorities. I think today it's a nice thing that I can say. So 20 years ago, Ireland had its first cartel conviction, and I'm just reflecting. It's 5 a.m. at home in Ireland, and my colleagues are hopefully currently asleep. But we have an ongoing trial at the minute in the Central Criminal Court, and they'll be going to that. And it's a bid rigging case where there's 5 defendants before the court. And I won't say any more than that, other than that we're moving and we're keeping up or trying to keep up with the challenges that we face within the competition sector there, Jacinta.
Very good. Thanks, Aidan. And just, I suppose I'll put it to yourself, Camille. How has the approach to criminal enforcement in cartel cases evolved in recent years?
Okay, it's quite difficult to answer because, as I already presented, the cartel enforcement itself in the Czech Republic is done solely by police and public prosecutors, and I mentioned it. In fact, in practice, doesn't work, even though on the paper we have quite a harsh system. But to be honest, there might be light now because a week ago, actually, we undertook a first, let's say, common inspection with our police. We actually were contacted by the police, and they actually asked us to do our own investigation, so we have a dawn raid parallelly. They went against or their case is aimed on individuals, and we are going to focus on the companies. So maybe a week ago there started a second case where actually individuals might be sentenced for bid rigging in the Czech Republic. But what I would also like to mention in this regard is that it's actually not a coincidence that they contacted us now. We set this as one of the goals to set the cooperation with the police and public prosecutors. And my colleague regularly give lectures, speaks at the seminars, and try to educate the police and public prosecutors about the cartels, about how to detect them, about the evidence which we need to prove the cartel in an administrative procedure, because our standard of proof, it's easier compared to the criminal one. So I would say maybe in many cases they might have an evidence that would be sufficient for us to proceed with the case, but they don't know it and they don't give it to us. So this is probably the stage, and as I said in my presentation, I hope the cooperation will be even closer, and we would like to focus even more on it.
Great, thank you. And I suppose this is for, I suppose I'll give this to Don. How might technology, and let's say, and we've heard a lot over the last day or so about AI-driven detection, digital evidence, affect the future, I suppose, of cartel enforcement?
So this could be a very difficult question, but I think like digital evidence and investigation skills, it's a future of our investigation, and because I think like 60% of our investigation focus on analysis and collection of digital evidence these days. So, for example, if we send people to the Dawn raid, nowadays I think half of them should be digital forensic specialists. So we try to make more training and more education about how to collect evidence by the due process, how to image those data correctly, and those things are very critical. And when it comes to criminal proceedings, judges are being more picky about the due process and admissibility. So in that case, we need to be more careful collecting evidence and trying to find the evidence. So I think usually when we deal with a case, most of the evidence are digital these days. So some could be like documents and some papers, but usually we spend most of the time analyzing those evidence. So if you ask me what we should focus on for the next 5 years, I think we should more focus on digital evidence and collaboration on those skills.
Perfect, thank you. We have a question there in the audience there, please.
Thank you so much. Harshan from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. Question for you, Dong-Hwan. I guess interested to hear that 7 individuals were arrested as a part of your operation. Obviously, that's quite a novel situation for us. Also interested that, I guess in all of our regimes, we have this idea of a custodial sentence, but largely it's academic in many senses until someone actually does jail time. So I'm interested in your perspective on how, I guess, individuals react to the idea of being arrested. I assume they were granted bail, but if you could talk us through that, that would be very interesting.
Another difficult question, but yes, actually, we had some difficult time. I think like 5 or 7 years ago, most of our arrest warrants were not proved by the court, so they were not happy about this cartel violation being criminal and sending people to jail. So we focused, this had a huge impact to the market. This is some kind of violation which have the victim. So victims could be a public organization or national budget, sometimes public consumers. So we try to improve and try to clarify that this violation has an even more negative impact to the market compared to regular fraud or other other bribery or like a simple criminal cases. So after like 1 or 2 or 3 years, now the court understand what kind of impact these cartels have to the market, and we also try to focus that those cartels are connected to other illegal practices as well. For example, some cases during their bid rigging, there has some issues of bribery, or which is kind of illegal promises. So we try to prove that kind of features as well. So it's kind of persuading the court about how important this case is. So it takes a time, but I think it's worth it. So yeah.
Can I ask just to clarify, Dong-Hwan, so the people that were arrested, were they released straight after, or how did that work? The individuals that were arrested.
So that's an issue of Korean criminal law. Yes. When we arrest those people, we can keep them for 20 days, and then we need to indict them with the whole evidence. So when we then indict those people to the court, then court can keep them for 6 months. So in that case, they will be in the trial, and that they will kept in prison for whole proceeding and for the final verdict. And if they get the life sentence, they will go to jail.
And I think, I mean, from speaking from our perspective, that's very significant because even the custodial sentences we're talking about are usually suspended. So no one actually spends any physical time in jail. So to have a regime where you are, prior to the trial, actually arresting people and holding them in that fashion, you know, that sends a very strong message to corporate executives. I think much stronger, to be honest, than a suspended sentence. You know, I appreciate all of our regimes have that. And it's probably something we need to engage with a bit further. But the idea that, you know, individuals are actually arrested and are spending time in a cell prior to trial, I mean, that has to send a very strong message. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you for your question. Does anyone else have any question from the floor? No, perfect. I just want to say thank you to the panelists here for their insights and their candor and to their engagement and their presentations. There was a lot unpacked in the 4 presentations, and I do encourage you to have a conversation with any of the panelists here or myself and have a chat over the next day or so and to get some more information if you wish. Okay? I'd just like to say a round of applause and thanks to each member here.
Thank you very much, our panelists and moderator, for your insightful discussion and presentation. Everyone, let's give them another big round of applause. Thank you very much. So this concludes the 3rd plenary session. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us once again. So we'll now take a short coffee break before the breakout session 4. Breakout session 4 will begin at 4 p.m. at the 3rd floor. And for the breakout session 4.1, go to Salon 1, 4.2, Salon 2, and 4.3, Salon 3. So we'll meet everyone at 3rd floor at 4 p.m. Thank you very much.